Hey, how's it going? So this is what we will be building, and yeah, just a basic overview. It's an alternative WooCommerce landing page, right? And yeah, I'm going to walk you guys through each sections, and I hope you guys enjoy this. All right, so we come in here. We're greeted with this fancy section. So as we scroll down, we have the more feature section, right, with customized cards. So I'll scroll down. We have much, other kind of features as well. We just little elements in the sides and just little interactions. We'll definitely cover this as well as what we have at the top right, which is an opaque, kind of WooCommerce logo. So scroll down, and we already have a very interactive testimonial. So now the way this works is I had to build it extremely from scratch. I didn't want to depend on any form of library, in this tutorial, right? So what I did was to basically make it very, very scalable in any way, right? So you can see what we have here. This is one review. When I click on this, it changes, right? You can notice this arrow. You can actually go back to previous. So was actually built extremely from scratch, not really like library or anything. So it's a form of carousel we built. So this is something that you will actually be learning. And we scroll down, we see the supported by real people section, right? And then obviously we see the logo section, right? Yes, this is exactly what we built it. And demo will not be complete without viewing it on the mobile device, right? So this is how it looks like, and you have this little hamburger that you can click on and you see all your options, right? So you can close that out, and when you scroll down you see that everything is coming in nice and clean for each of the sections. So make sure that they are all responsive on the go, right? So we have on the I think testimonial section is very responsive as well. You can see how it is custom built, highly responsive, and then it's supported by real people as well as the actual photo. Thank you guys, and yeah, let's get started. All right, so we start up from here. You already have the link, right? So what we're going to do is to clone this repository, right? So you click on this little green icon button, and you want to just copy the clonable link. So obviously what we're going to do is we're going to want to display a couple of things. You can just open any folder, and then we want to open up a terminal of choice, right? So you definitely can do git clone. You can paste that in there, right? So this is going to clone the repository for us. Yeah, so you just wait for it to clone real quick, and it's done cloning. So you can actually sit into that repository, and that repository's name is alternate WooCommerce. So you can just do alternate, right? So that's going to sit into that repository. So you can see in our own case we are in the main main branch. So once we actually check out, right? So git check out to in your own case it has to be the starter branch, right? So this is actually following from scratch. So this will change our repository to the starter branch, and we can start the proper work. So you go back to the initial design, and so we see a lot of things here. The rule of thumb is you set up your color scheme, you set up your try to export your assets, right? So that's actually the rule of thumb in a given project, right? So then before I actually do this, I'm going to run our server real quick, right? So I'm going to do something like yarn, but in my own case I don't need to sit into this branch. I can actually work on the main branch since that's the branch that's going to contain all the major updates. So I'll quickly just you don't have to do this on your own, right? So I'll quickly just check out into the master main, I think main. So we're back there. Let's do that. We're just going to install all our dependencies, and after which we can just run our dev server. Yep. So it's going to take not long, right? So it's going to take a few seconds, and after which we should be good to go. All right. So now that we're good, we can just run npm run dev. This should actually bootstrap the development server first, and yeah, we'll wait for it to compile. But for the meantime, I can just hide desktop icons to create a better view for you guys. Okay, I think I can zoom in. Not sure how it's done here. Maybe edit. Not sure. It's not. I just hope you guys can actually see this. Oh, makes sense. I can just zoom it in so you guys can see it more. So I can open up this. So close this up. So what it's going to do is going to try to compile, and yeah, it's going to try to compile, and after that we should be able to have a reasonable web page. So now what I'm going to do now is that the font here is very small, so I'm going to enlarge it for the sake of you guys, so you guys can see it way better. I think this is pretty decent. I think. Let me close this out. Yeah, something like this is fine for the most part. Right. So yeah. So the starter branch basically just contains all of this. Though we are in the main, but it's just a the starter is a copy of the main at this moment. So it's just like we have the basic setup, the font. Right, so we're using the secular std font. So this std font is what you can download anywhere. Obviously, how did I actually come up with that? So you can actually like select a text right here, and once that text is selected, right, you can actually see the name of the font on the right pane. So secular std. All right, so that makes sense. It seems that majority of the fonts we have here are actually of the same the same font family, so that makes perfect sense. All right, so yeah, so basically our app is running, and you can basically see this when you start running it. Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do is to start it from scratch, so that way I can just go to page and I can remove everything here. Right, I can just remove everything, then create the main component that nothing is coming up as expected. All right, so now what we want to focus on is a couple of things, right? As a rule of thumb, we basically get the colors. We set up the colors, right? So from here you can actually see the colors used the most is actually the this color, right? So this look, not sure what this color is, pink maybe, violet, yeah, something like that. But this is actually a primary color. Primary color is the color that is used, across the entire app majorly. So it's actually the brand color, if you may, right? So we're going to set this real quick. Okay, so now that we have the color scheme all set up, right? So basically I have to see if the other colors, really relevant for our use case, right? So if you zoom in here, I think we have this color, but not really sure if it's reused. Oh, we have it here. Interesting. So I think we can actually pick this color and this one and name it some weird thing, right? So some easy to use kind of color name. So just all we have to do is to override, and you can see that this is the color. Oh, for some weird reason they're using a different font here, which is very weird, right? So I thought we were actually using secular XTD. And then here it seems to be Roboto, and let's check here. Roboto, okay. What about here? Secular XTD, secular. So I think it might just be some inconsistencies in the design, right? So for the sake of this project, I don't really want to use multiple fonts. We can just stick with with one font, right? So that's the decision you have to make as a developer, right? So let's have this color recorded. So I can just copy it, and I'm going to go to my config.cs, and yeah, let's basically set that color here. Oh, we've not really set the initial one, the primary color, so it's completely fine. You can come in here and just put in colors. So let's say the primary color. Okay, so this one we just selected, which is a little bit bluish, custom blue. All right, so yeah, let's get a primary. This is obviously the primary. Okay, so we can actually grab that and put it right here, right? And then we have some other color, which is this. So I will actually take this as a secondary color. You can actually notice it was used, it's more of the accent color. It was used sparingly across the entire landing page, right? So we can just use that. It's used here, it's used here. Yeah, so I think it's used here as well and here. So we can just pick it as the secondary color. So that makes lots of sense. So we can easily just, copy it. And yeah, so let's come in here and create the secondary color. So we can just take secondary and we paste it right there. Okay, what else do we need? So this is like, it's a little bit grayish, I think, right? Or a very light gray. So we can just keep track of that as well. So 272, let's check this one out. 272, okay. So this will be our light gray color. So we can register that as well. Okay, so we can actually have light gray. So we just, include it. I lost track of the, put it on my clipboard, copy it and paste it right there. Okay, so I think that's it. What we'll be needing for the most part, right? And the very next phase has to do with us basically selecting the assets and exporting it, right? So what we're going to do, first off, just switch this away from the dev mode to design mode, right? So we can be able to do some grouping or whatever, right? So let's see. Yes, we have a lot of stuff going on here. So if you click on export, it's going to let you preview. This is what we have, right? So I think there are other shapes. Yes, of course. So there are other shapes as well, like this W, right? So just do Ctrl G. Now we have that grouped. So let's check it in our preview. Okay, of course. This is what we are having, right? And meanwhile, there's one subtle, background gradient. I'll show you guys later on, right? But for the meantime, let's explore this and see what we have. Okay, so click on the group icon. So let's view it. Okay, you can see that the image is coming out nice and clean, just like the way it is on the actual design, right? So yeah, we have the little W sign. So what I did primarily was to group this actual image, this part, with the W part, right? So grouping them just gives you access to be able to, have them in one single frame, right? Which is the main goal. So this makes sense. So the next thing we do is to try to rename this, right? So I just downloaded it. So I'm going to, rename this quickly. So I'm going to call this the hero. That's really fine. Okay, so let's look for other assets for us to pick, right? So we have other assets as well. So yeah, I think this is we can actually pick these ones. So we have combination of stuffs going on here. So we actually, take everything here, this, and this as one single image. There's no point basically trying to, position all these things because it's pretty much, they're just images, and yeah, it's pretty straightforward. So you can actually group them as Ctrl G to group as one single image. So they will all appear in a single frame, right? So when you go to your export, and when you see it in the relative preview, you can see that everything is coming out nice and clean, right? So you can basically, just export it. So yeah, I think this is, yes, this is for, one part of it. So we can actually just, export it like this. And this will be for, so what section is this? Oh, feature one image or something. Okay, need to start or whatever. So you can actually name it anything you probably will remember it with. So let's call this, all you need to start. Okay. All right. So this, on the other end, we have a different image, right? So what I would do primarily is to build all this component separately, right? So this part can actually be a single component, right? But the image part has to be different, right? So it's for us to have a much more dynamic flow, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to export this part, have it selected. So we've selected basically, everything within here, and this as well. So we can just, do Ctrl G to group everything, and click on the little plus icon on export. So we can see that our image is coming out nice and clean. So you can just export it. So as we export it, we're going to name this, the title, of course, customize and extend. So you can right click on that and just rename it. Customize and extend. Right, so that, I think that wasn't spelled right. So I'm just going to rename that real quick. Sorry. If you click on the customize, yeah, that makes sense. So go back to the last one. I think this one, right? So let's have all the images selected. We have that selected, this selected, this one selected, and obviously this selected. So we have everything selected. What you normally do to select is you can hold down Shift button and just, clicking on the, piece of images you want to select. So I have all of them, selected. What I can do is to do Ctrl G if you're on Windows, or probably Command G if you're on Mac. So that will actually group them all. And then you can click on export, and yeah, we basically, you can see the image coming up nice and clean, and we can just export it. So we can actually, rename this to active community, right? Okay. All right. So we have those assets. So what else? So now we have to focus on other areas, and these other areas basically revolves around a couple of things, right? So we have this image on the left, right? And then we have some images on the right. So first of all, let's get these assets. This is a very subtle background. So let's get this. So hold on your Shift button and just, have all the stuff selected, right? So let's click export. We should be able to preview it, right? Okay, so probably within group. So I have it selected. Okay, so you can just Ctrl G to group it and click on export. We can actually see the preview are very subtle. We can't really say it. So let's export it, and we're going to call this woo basically. Yeah, reduce opacity. Okay, I'm not sure why that typo is there. So let's fix that real quick. Okay, so let's view it. Okay, you can actually see this is woo coming in with reduced opacity. All right, so what else we're going to grab these assets. So you can basically like select all the ones you think you're going to need, right? So we have this selected, we have this image selected, we have this little circular shape selected at the top, and then we need to basically select these other parts. We can't really select it. So what we're going to do is to try to separate what we have here, from a couple of things, right? So what I would do is to select one of these. On the left pane, you want to check, that section maybe, right? So you want to just hover over a couple of this so you can grab this, right? So you can, when I hover over this, you can see the image is selected, right? So, but when I hover over the group you can actually see the that auto group selected. So that makes sense. So we have that selected. Now hold down on your shift and I'll click on this little icon, right? And this little circular shape as well, and then the actual image. So now we already have them all nice and clean. You can group them and then click on the export button. Okay, you can actually see they are all coming in nice and clean. So you can export that. And what section is this? So you can just call it well, it's more of a feature as well. So I'll just call it bottom or feature. Let's call this feature 2. We'll call the first one feature 1. So let's view it and make sure that everything's coming out as expected. Okay, so you can basically see the image, then the little circular icons, as well as the green shape right at the right hand side. Okay, so let's do the other part, and this has to do with the top part. So let's have it selected. So the first part we need to worry about is this shape. I think this square shape. So let's select that. So right, okay, let's click on this circle. Okay, and then this little cycle. Good. So basically I have all of these kind of selected, which is okay, right? But one problem with this approach is we might actually have issues positioning the bottom element to it. So what we're going to do to make a very wise, intuitive kind of decision is to exclude this rectangular shape at the bottom and just pick the ones at the top. So that would be much more easier for us to handle, right? So yeah, so let's do that. We select this, right? All right, so it seems that it's for where it is selected. So let's get the shape, get this, and then get the actual image. This is okay, right? So we can actually position this absolutely later on. So we can group what we have and export. So we can see that's as expected. So once we just export this, and we can actually call this feature 1, right? And there we go. We can actually grab this rectangular image, so export it, and we're going to just call it rectangular. Yeah, that's really fine. All right, so and then we're going to scroll down a bit. So we have a very cool section now. This looks more like a carousel, right? So we got images of some certain individuals, right? And yeah, so they're actually of different shapes, right? This is like a very small shape, this is medium, and this is large. I think this one is extra large. So probably the kind of reusable component we're going to create here we have to modify the sizes to suit this pattern, because we can obviously use the same component across board, but we'll just modify the size, obviously. All right, so what we're going to do is let's first of all, grab these quotes. I think this will come in handy. All right, so let's rename this. So you can easily just call this quote. Okay, so let's grab these individuals. Okay, so now I just go back to design mode, click on the image. Want to grab the full image of this individual. So we're going to actually label them in order of appearance. So we can call this 1, okay, or avatar 1, avatar 2, avatar 3, 4, 5, and 6. That makes sense. Okay, so we're going to save this. So maybe put it in downloads. Okay, so avatar 1. Okay, go over here, click on image. So save this right up. So this is obviously going to be avatar 2. We have this one selected. Click on image. Avatar 3. Have the photo selected. Avatar 4. So I have the fifth one selected. Click on the image. Avatar 5. And finally, this is going to be avatar 6. Okay, so let's close everything to the right. Right, so you can just click on here and stop to the right. Okay, so we have that. So we have this other cool shape. Right, so we basically have to, select it, I think. So let's go over here. I think this is it. Right, so let's export it as well. So we're going to call this rectangular horizontal. Okay. Okay, so basically I have some other shape here, I think. So this is the group, I think. Oh, it's very long. Okay, so we just need the last part, I think. Okay, so we can just, effortlessly position it right within it, so it's completely fine. So we can export this, export the group, and come in here and say rectangular horizontal. This is actually red. Okay. Alright, I think that's it. That's it for that. And then we basically have two cool symbols we can use. Right. So what I'm going to do though is this more like a carousel. You click on this, is going to obviously move to the next part, of the actual design. So what I would do is to make a replica of this, right? So I could just switch back to design mode, make a replica, and obviously want to rotate this to the other side, right? Or you can click on here, and there's actually rotation here. So let's do 180. So that's going to rotate it to the right, and just to make sure, this actually we can say arrow left, sorry, and this will be arrow right, so that we can actually make this functional. I don't want to actually use an actual carousel, but I can actually build this from scratch, to make it more custom, I think. Okay, so if it's actually to the last end, we don't want to display this, so we can actually do the same thing here. So we have it selected, change this to, okay, so let's make a replica of this, and what we want to do is to make sure we change this to 0. Right, so this should be pointing to the right now. Okay, so we have to label it accordingly. Right, so let's export the first one. So I have it selected. Like this, and click on the export, preview and export. So we're going to call this arrow left small. Okay, select this. Alright, small. Okay, so select this, click on export. Alright, large. Okay, the same thing here as well, right? Just selecting the entire thing. So export. Arrow left, large. All right, so we have a basic idea of how the arrows will be. So we can just undo these different changes. Okay, so we'll know what to display based on the kind of dynamic carousel we basically implement, right? Yeah, so that makes sense a bit. Okay, so what else? Oh, we have this image group, right? We have this image group. So we can just, let's select this. Let's see if all the individuals are coming in. Oh, they are coming in, including the title. So obviously we don't want that. We just need the images only. So we have the images, we have the shape on the right, I think. Okay, select this, select this, select this, and this. So we can obviously just group it. And let's see what we have. Okay, you can see that all the individuals are coming in. Oh, we are missing one thing. So right, it's like an underlay. When you see this individual group, right before them, there's one little kind of, shape I think is there. Right, so there's one shape there, I think. But just to be safe, let me see what is coming out from the initial one. Oh, that one is not. We didn't save it. Okay, so let's export. Just an experiment. Let's see what's coming in here. Okay, there's no an underlay, right? So there's no underlay, but then we need some level of underlay for us to be able to achieve that perfect design. So what we're going to do, so we're going to override a couple of this. Let's see if something will come up. Oh, of course. Yeah, it is. Haha. This is a rectangular shape, of course. So you can basically just, have it selected, right? And then we have to, okay, the group. So let's see what we have. Probably group them all together, Ctrl G. And we'll click on the later export and export. So let's see. Just see an experiment. Okay. You can see that it's coming in nice and clean, I think. Okay, very good. So we can make use of this. Not bad. Okay, so you can just call this supported people. Okay, supported people. Okay, so after that, we have this little shape standing in the middle of nowhere. So we have to select it. So we can just call this good eclipse or ellipse, whatever, or go circular, something like that. Okay, so we can just click on here. Let's rename this to good circular or circular good. Okay, so let's grab these icons. Okay, so we're naming this to check icons. This is definitely an icon. We will, use icon as a surface. So we'll go over to the next one. Okay. I'm not sure. I can't really see anything. That's weird. So, but let's export this first and see. It is like a wheel or a fan icon, something. Alright, let's check it out. We'll click. Oh, strange. There's nothing coming in, just plain. So we have to delete that. So let me have it selected. This is a vector. I think this is a reunion of the vector. So export. Oh, now it's coming in. Fantastic. So we're going to actually name this fan icon. Okay, so what else do we have? There's like a lock icon, circular lock, if you may. Okay, so we have the circular lock icon. Yeah, as a surface. Let's not miss that. So let's try to rename this. Okay, I think we are good for the most part. So then we have this WooCommerce logo. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as what we have here, but a little bit different. But I think it's colored white, so we'll just export it. And obviously call it like footer logo or something. Okay, I think it's there. So we can export that. And obviously call it the footer logo. Okay, so I think that is that. And one other thing we might need is actually a logo here for automatic. So we have to obviously export that one as well. Okay, so well, I think this is always like the hard part of the design. You're trying to export assets, apart from this, it's just going to be way straightforward, going on. Okay, so and finally, let's just get the social icons. So this is the former Twitter, now X. Okay. So we can actually rename this to X. Facebook. Now called Meta, I think. Not sure. Is people still Facebook or Meta? It's crazy. We name these guys are changing the names. So let's just call it Meta. Not sure, but it's fine. Alright, so what about this? Okay, so export this. Export. So this is like feed or feeder. Yeah, feeder PNG. Obviously Instagram, I think. So I'm gonna actually quickly rename this to Instagram. Okay, so we've done most of the heavy lifting, right? So we just have to, start the proper design, and we should be good to go, right? So, yeah, one other thing I did not take note of is this little icon. I think Lucid React basically have that. Let's see. Two is like arrow right or something, or chevron. Click on the icons. It'll be laggy for the most part. I don't know why it's always like that. So you can just like refresh it. Okay, could be network issues or whatever, but I think the site is pretty much just heavy. So chevron. Oh, it's not coming in. Okay, so while it's loading, we can just come back when it's done. Okay, it's done. So chevron, right? So we could just use one of these icons, right? It doesn't really matter. I don't have to export that. All right, I think that is it for the most part, right? And yeah, I think we've already exported this logo. Not sure, but I can just export it again. Export the logo. So we're going to call this just logo or nav logo, whatever. Okay. So the next stage of this process basically has to, do with us, getting all the files we've exported so far, and try to put it within our actual project. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up my download folder, right here. All right. So I want just the images I've exported today, right? So I can just do date modified, put today right there. Right, so let's remove all the things that we do not need, Let's check for things we don't need, like this one. You can delete those. Eclipse, you can delete that. Okay, vector, obviously we don't need that. Okay, so union, we don't need it. So I think for the most part, these are all the assets we'll be needing, right? All the way from nav logo to, to the hero. So we can just, open up the project, go to public, create a new folder, call it images, and you want to just do Control A right here. I did that. Control A, and you want to drag everything and place it within the images folder. Okay, so this we actually export those assets within the actual page. Okay, good. So now let's start building out our sections, right? So one other thing I would note is that I noticed that the background by default is using some sort of gradient, I think. And there's some sort of gradient in the background. So I put this to design mode and select a shape like this. And you can actually see this is a linear gradient, very subtle. So I'm going to copy that, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my global.css. I'm going to say a class gradients. I'm going to paste that in. So, dots. So whenever we apply this gradient class, it's going to obviously apply this subtle bluish kind of gradient, right? Okay, so let's build our sections. All right, so let's take all this one down, and let's close out everything. Close out this part. Source components, common, good. Okay, so now it's actually not too much of component. So we need the nav bar. So then we need the hero section. Okay, so for weird reason, let's just create them in the components. Create a new folder called sections. In here, so you create a new folder. In here, create a new folder, call it sections. New file, call it hero section .tsx, of course. Okay, we have our component export. Click on that. That's our hero section. Okay, so we can actually call this top features. This can be bottom feature, or we can just group them. So create a new file and call this feature 1. Or top feature. Or the first feature. Okay, so the first feature section, that's how it's named. Right, so for some weird reason today, I'm just spelling variables wrongly or file names wrongly. Okay, so I'm going to click on there. Okay, so we can actually do another one, which is this part. Okay, so create a new file. I'm going to call this second feature section .tsx. So this is actually the testimonial section, of course. So create a new file and call this testimonial section.tsx. And then we can just call this one support section. Doesn't really matter. Okay, So, and lastly, we have this bunch. This can just be the footer section. Okay, so okay, so now that we have all of them, so we can go back to our page.css and import this. Click on here, import hero section. So feature 1, feature 2. So second feature, first feature, second feature, and yeah. So testimonials. Okay. So what do we call this part? Support, I think. And finally, we have the footer section. Okay, so this will be it for the most part. So let's check our app. Okay, so we can see that all the components, all the different sections are coming in handy. Okay, so let's build. No, first off, let's build the nav bar. Right, so let's quickly build this. It's going to be quick, don't worry. So we're going to close out everything. Open the nav bar, you can close this out. So you can just pin this. So we'll know that we're focusing on this part and this part alone. So if you already cloned, you already have this component. Is what I use in all my projects. It's pretty straightforward. You don't have to be creating it from scratch all the time. So yes, so we're going to do a couple of things. So, and that has to do with changing the actual logo, right? So we'll change this to images. Have logo.png. So our logo should be able to pop up now. Right, so we basically have lots of links here. Sell marketplace community, development resources. So let's do that. So we have the sell. So we're gonna copy this and paste it here. So we have the other one, marketplace. So you can just copy it as well. So right here, this has to do with the community. Alright, and you can copy that as well and paste it in here and in here. So the first one has to be develop, and lastly we have the resources, right? Okay. So one of the parts we do not have is the right part. So let's play with this. So on the right we have the login, right? So it can actually be the way the others are, same styling. So we can zoom in a bit, and so what we're going to do is to grab one of this and just put it right here. Right, I have this selected. Login. So we need our button, our actual button. So that's the main button. Like I said, if you actually put from the status branch, you're going to have access to these components that I'm using. So the text there is actually get started. Okay, so it's too big. So let's play around with the button. The button radius is really on point, I think. So probably we'll just have to play with the sizing. So what's the size here? The size here, the width is actually 7.5, I think. So we'll play with the height first. So the height is actually, let's go to, the height is this, so I can just copy this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the main button component right here, and I'm going to change the default height, to what we are seeing right here. Okay, so the default width on the other hand can actually be a couple of things depending on the way you want to specify it. So we can just use this one as the default width, so we can modify it later. Right, so let's check it. So you can see that it's coming in nicely. Right, so and then we'll be needing the little magnifier icon. So let's look for something like search. This is search. Okay, yeah, so we can use this one, I think. Very similar, so we can use this. Doesn't have to be perfect. Right, so we can just grab this and obviously use it. Saying action, so this is what we need. Right, so in React, we just need to put in search and import it. So what we're going to do, we're going to import it right here. So you can close this out when you're done. And we want to import this little search component and just use it. Right, so it's direct. So you can just use it within your actual component. So I'm going to scroll down a bit and put it right here. Okay, so yeah, so that's mostly it, and impressive. So that makes lots of sense, right? So let's worry about the modal part, right? So we have to worry about the modal part. When I say the modal, I mean like the smaller screen part. So when you resize it, so you can see that nothing is coming in, so we'll have to fix that. So first of all, what we do is to grab everything here to here, I think. Copy that and just, replace it here, obviously. I lost track of that. So we can just paste it here. So these things are a little bit straightforward. So you can copy all the style in here. I want to replace all of this with what we already have. And then we can remove the how it works part. Right? And then the logo can actually be the initial logo. Right? So we can just do images. Now logo.png. So we don't really have like some sort of hamburger or whatever, right? So we can actually use any shape we need. Let's look for a very reasonable hamburger we can use here, obviously. So obviously click on the icons. Okay, so we just say you can use this one. This is okay. If you want to go fancy, you can create your own custom one within Figma and just use that. So it doesn't really matter. So we can modify that if we want to. I think I should just show you guys how to do that for guys that don't know how to do it. So which is more of a common thing. So let's paste it here. So I copied it from, let's go to design mode and copy and paste. So let me copy it again. Copy SVG and obviously just paste it here. I'm not sure why it's not coming up for some weird reason. So let's paste. Okay. So what I might just do is to have it maybe downloaded and just drag it in. So let's see this, drag it in. Okay, so anything I drag you, okay, I see. we're not in the duplicate part. That could have been the reason, right? So you might not be able to, edit it and do other stuff, I think. Yeah, okay. Oh, you have to put this to design mode, of course. Right, so let's do it again. Put it there and drag it in. Okay, of course. It's coming right in eventually. So we can just say, okay, let's modify this, go fancy with it or whatever. So you can make this like, anyhow you want to do it. Just for the craziness of it. Right, so you can decide to put this to the right. Right, to put this, like this. Right. I don't know if it just looks good anyways, but this is something you can do, or what we can even do is to make sure that we just make it smaller. So you can drag this in a bit, drag this in a bit, and this can just be in the middle, right? So you can have this, you can have this well positioned. Okay, you can have this one at the middle. Yeah, we can actually use this one if that is comfortable. We have to make sure that everything is on the same line, right? So ruler. So you just make sure that it's obviously on the same plane, right? So we can use this, right? It doesn't really matter. So you go to export, and obviously we have to group it. Ctrl G, right? Go to export, preview. This would be our little hamburger, stylish one. So we're going to obviously call this the hamburger. So it's obviously an icon, so we can just rename it. So we'll go over here, go over the public, open up images, and just drag it in. Okay, so go to the navbar, and you want to do images, PNG, and Y icon. So let's see our masterpiece. So we can go smaller, so you can see that our icon is coming in nice and clean, I think. So you click on here, we can basically see, all of this. Probably you can change the background if you want to. Right, so that's obviously something you can do. But if you don't want to, you can just leave it the way it is. And yes, looking way clean. Alright, so we're done with that. Let's not waste too much time on there. Let's go over to the hero section. Right, so we're going to be very fast here. We're going to quickly scaffold this, and it's very easy. Right, so let's open it up and build it. So we can now close the navbar. Open up the hero section. You can have it pinned. Alright, so why I normally pin the pages I'm working on, anything I pin is obviously my focus at that point in time. It's like you're setting your focus mode, right? Okay, so good. So this hero section basically it's going to be a section, of course. So obviously it's in 2 divs. So one to the left, and obviously the other to the right. Okay, so there we go. So let's first off, we want to work on the one on the left. So you can open this up, and you can see we have a paragraph. This long guy. No, I hate it when it displays that. Let's put it back to dev mode. So we're going to select it, and we're going to just paste it in there. And the other thing we have another text. We have to select all this text. Zoom in quite a bit so you guys can see it. Yeah. Obviously, you have to click on it multiple times for it to be selected. So paste that in there. And then we have a button, and so this one should just be a separate div so we can control it better. So we have the main button, we have the text. The text is start a new stuff. Right, so we just add some classes to here. So the height here is this. So the width on the other end is this. Right, so the border radius seems very huge. Border radius is very large, so this we can just grab it and obviously paste it right here. Yes, I think that will be good for the most part. And we have a little all whatever, and just putting its own separate paragraph. And obviously we have this one. So you can just copy this. Okay, so we have this. What I'm going to do, I'll make it a div. Right, so I'll make this one a paragraph. Why I'm doing it this way is because we don't want to place a lucid component in the p tag. That will actually break stuff, because you cannot have a div within a p tag. It's forbidden in React. Right, so these are the things you can note of. It'll be because just most of the time causes unnecessary bugs that you basically have to debug later down the line. All right, good. So now we just basically add this chevron, and let's look for it. Oh, let's do chevron. Okay, chevron right. This one, we can just use this. So I have it selected, copy the JSX. Okay, see in action, you can just click on this little scene icon, whatever. So you have this, you can just copy it. And I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so that's the chevron right we have. And we already know that this color is obviously our test secondary custom blue, right? Okay, so this one I think is the grayish color we have. Let's just fix it. I'm not sure if we have a gray. Let's do Tailwind 100 and see how that comes out. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So the text within here looks a little bit way bigger. So let's do this actually for some weird is a different font. So what I will do is to make sure the text is at least big. Right, so I can just do text to Excel or Excel. Decent. Right, so okay, so what else we're going to do is we can just include the Roboto font if we want. It's not as if it's necessary, but we can just include it. So we basically have much more consistent sync. So what we're going to do to include more fonts, we can go to the layout. So I wanted to know if I can include extra font, but from the looks of it, so I can just include it. Doesn't matter. So this font is called Secular XTD. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually import Roboto from Next Font Google. So then we basically have to set the Roboto alongside the width, and obviously the yeah. So let's do that. So we can actually do Roboto. Okay, so I think I've forgotten how we can basically do this, but we can quickly grab it from like a previous project we do. Right, so let me open up any previous project we've worked on lately. So go to repository. Okay, so let's check photography in a portfolio. Okay, go to source. I think this should even be on the official website for Nextjs. Okay, so yeah, this is something that I did. So we can just grab this real quick, and it's straightforward. You can just put this right here. Then we can remove all of this. So we can actually put this roboto, put it here. So we have to specify the subset and include the width we need. So the width now that that I think Roboto basically supports is display type comes from width, which is declared here on type 100, 300, 400, 500, 700. So we can just grab all of this, right? We can just grab all of this and put it here. Right, so the ones we might not be using, we can just take it off. So now we already have a much more symphony of the Roboto font, but then we have to be able to extend it here within the actual class name. So what we're going to do is going to create an array, and we want to put command there, and we want to do roboto.class name. So what we want to do here is to convert everything here to a string. So doing this, we actually convert, these to two classes. So how do I know this works, right? So now we can actually go to our initial project, refresh it, and inspect, right? Go to your elements. You can see that the two classes are coming in. The first class is for the first font, which I think is the circular std. And the other one is for the other font, right? So the problem here you might actually be facing is that you have to, specify what font family your component should use, right? So that means you have to come to whatever section you're using or whatever and specify the actual font family or the default font family. So what I'm going to do is to go to global.css. I can just do everything. The HTML, the body. So by default should actually have a font family of the circular XTD, right? So the circular XTD is basically what we want to include, right? So if you check here, you can come all the way to the bottom. I'm going to show you where it was actually overridden. Let's go to the top a bit. I'm not sure why it's not coming up here, right? So, oh yeah, obviously we've not really set a font, so it's just falling back to the default font. Okay, so let's do circular std. So let's refresh this. Okay, so you can actually see HTML body coming out as circular std. You can see that this font has been overridden. We're not using the system font anymore. So we're using the one coming from, the actual specification, right? So, yeah, so basically I have to specify some maybe fallback, just in case it doesn't work. Sans serif. These are just like, fallback, just in case we're not able to see that font in some weird cases. Yeah, I think it's separated. You can actually just separate that with a space, right? So now we might not be able to obviously have this, well explained, right? This happens all the time because if you notice, immediately we switched from this to this, we were now having some very weird, form of, font. So I'm going to show you that real quick. I'm going to remove this, remove this, and stick with this. You can see that the font is way different, right? Yeah, because that is actually because it's actually using the actual font, you can actually see that the font family is this, and it's coming in, nice, nice and clean. So you basically have to specify in your, in your body or whatever you want to use it, and you want to like specify, oh, this is the font we want to use for the most part, right? So I'm going to undo. We'll undo this. Click the CSS. I'm going to comment this out real quick. I'm going to go to the page, right? So I'm going to go to the main. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do okay, so let's go back to the layout. So this is our actual layout. So let's see if there's a way we can basically, export this. I'm not sure if we can export. No, I think we can't. Okay, no, there's no way we can do it, obviously. So we want to just export Roboto to the class name. So we're gonna go there and do Roboto, the class name. So you go back to the layout and obviously leave it the way it is, like this. And let's see. Oh, for some reason it still doesn't work. Okay, so what I'm thinking is wherever it is that I feel like using this font, I can just import it, right? So I don't have to group it this way for us to have a much more consistent thing, right? So since for some weird reason it doesn't work as expected, right? So I will just take it off. So wherever I want to use Roboto, I can just import it and use it right there. So I'll comment it out temporarily, go to global and take this all off. Okay, so go to your pages, Roboto, you can take that off. Okay, so yeah, that actually explains the first part, right? So let's worry about the other part. The other part, if I understand correctly, is actually an image with a source parts. So we're gonna just call this hero image and images / hero.png. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's see if that's the actual name we called it. Hero.png, I think. Oh, images. That's spelled right. Okay. Okay, so now you can see that the image is coming in as expected. But before I focus on the image, I want to like clarify a couple of things, right? Let's make sure that this left part is looking, nice and clean, and then we can worry about the right. So let's put in the actual classes we were needing. So select this, and this is very large, so we can just copy it. Okay, so let's do this for medium. So text can just be too extra large in smaller screens. Is that too big? Obviously it's too big. Let's add some leading. Large leading, I think. 2.25, right? Okay, so we added some leading and it's looking nice. And okay, So then let's play around with the actual color. This is it, 272, I think. Light gray. So we can just do just light gray. Okay. So let's worry about this guy. So not sure what his color is. We might not be having it, of course. Is this something reused? Oh, it's actually something reused. 94A. Alright, so we can add that to our Tailwind configuration. So let's say gray. Okay, so light gray outs. Okay, don't forget the ash. So rename this, refresh this, I mean. Okay. So light gray out. Yeah, that should work. Let's rephrase this again. Gray is not defined. I'll see where you are requiring that. Actually, our configuration. It's correct. Everything's coming in nice. Obviously, said reference error. So what I'll just do is to restart the server. Then that should fix it. Okay, so as I said, we started the server faces lots of annoying stuffs, right? So what we're going to do is to make sure this text is normal. So that's font's normal. So with 400 and okay, so is it the font here, which is okay. So what we're going to do is to obviously import, like the way I said earlier. You go to your layout, your TSX, you can just have this font if you want to use it, and just use it within there. Obviously, right? Go to your layout, so I think I'll just create a little reusable utils to be using this, right? So I don't really care if it's like actual stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to use backticks here. So that's the class name. Okay, so what's going on? Okay, yeah, it's not closed, of course. Okay, so let's say if the Roboto font was successful. Yeah, I think it was. So overall, you can actually see that we are saying Roboto. So this is the font. This is Roboto. Font size normal. Perfect. Right. So now that this works, now that this ideology works, so what we're going to do is to make sure that we don't have to be putting this, in different files. We're going to be needing it. We can just put this under a util. Go to your live folder in your util. So what we want to do is to obviously paste it here and just export Roboto. So you can export it and just use the fonts, right? So this is wiser. So we can just do auto. You can bring it in there and use. So just going to refresh it. So let's make sure everything is still working as expected. So you override, you can say Roboto is still coming in nice and clean. Perfect. Right, so the first one is circular STD. This is actually Roboto, and this is the size. So let's grab the actual size, and yeah, so you can use your text. You can paste that in there. Okay, nice. So let's give it a space between here, I think, and here. So 1.81 to the top. So like 1.8, top bottom. So we could just do my. So 1.8, right? Okay, sweet. So now we want to make sure we are flexifying all of this. But before I do that, let's fix this little guy in customize extended, I think. So you can come in here and specify flex. Yeah, so gap 2. And yeah, so the color here is obviously this. So I can just copy that. I know we already have this in here as a custom blue, but I just want to specify it here. Okay. Okay, so one of the things I noticed is that this font is 700. So font 700 is using the same font family as the other one we did, I think. So you can just copy that. Well, not really copy. So what I would just do, you can come in here and come in there, use our backtick so we can use the actual font. Okay, so it's straightforward. So you just want to make sure that you're using this Roboto font. You can paste it right here, and yeah, so this is actually it for the most part. So this is a test size, right? So font size, I think it's a very common font size. So I can just specify the video at Tailwind and come in here and do font size. You can say normal. Right, so I should undo it for us brilliantly. So font normal should be able to point at font normal basically is worrying about the name, so we obviously have to give it a different name. So yeah, not really font. I think it's text normal. Yeah, you can see that the font size is this. Perfect. Okay, so it's coming in as expected. What about the all? That's really fine. So the next thing we do is I will try to make them all horizontal. So you can easily achieve that with flex. So we can come in here, flex, then gap 4, right? And we have to make sure they are all vertically aligned. Should be around here. So the way we do that is you just do items, center. Okay, right. So I think we can just for the all, we can just make it a little bit bigger. It looks way smaller than it should be. So what I can do is to grab everything here and just obviously paste it here. Test grid 400 or whatever. Okay, so let's close that. So light gray out. Okay, so that is it. It's looking nice and clean. So we basically got the left hand side all kicking, right? All kicking. So we can actually solve the responsibility issues later on. All right. So let's make sure that we are aligning the left and the right side in the appropriate order. So how we do that is very easy. So we already know that we have a div of the image, and then we have the first div. So now on the section container, we can give it a flex. So flex column if it's a modal, if it's a small device. So gap can be 4, but if it's actually a bigger device, we want to just make sure that the flex is row. Right? So you can go in here and voila. So it's basically coming in as expected, but then we have to make some alignment. So I think the core job of every developer is you're just trying to make some alignments here and there. So if you want to vertically align something, you just do items center. So that's all. That's the power of flex. Okay, so this is it. Is well positioned now. And now one other thing I might need to worry about a little bit can be with the positioning. I can see that it's all scattered. They don't really have like consistent positioning, so that is fine for us. So we don't have to worry about that. Right, so this is it for the most part. So you can actually see we are having all of this coming in handy, right? So one other thing we might need to do quickly is to be able to work on a couple of other stuffs, but just for simplicity, what I will do is to make sure that the initial background is taken in the actual gradient, right? So that just saves us lots of stress later down the line. So what I'm going to do is to go to my globals, right? So this is gradient, and I'm going to go to the page. I'm going to go here, come here, and just apply that class. Okay, because immediately I apply that class, everything is coming in nice and clean, except the navigation. So the navigation is taking in the white background, if I understand well. So we want to override that. We'll be overriding that. So we have to go to the navbar. So click on that. Click on the navbar, and yeah, so the BG white. So we don't need the BG white, we just need that gradient. So when we do that, you can actually see that we obviously have the background, but then we can actually see some shapes, that we are not really expecting. On top, there's some white spaces, which is not something we expect. That could be because there's some sort of padding later or margin as well, somewhere around there. So basically, I have to, check it out. Let's remove this, padding 4 first and see. Okay. So what I would do is to just inspect this. Oh, that will definitely, paddings there. Okay, so this is the gradient. Okay. Okay, so yes, I think that works for the most part. But the page itself doesn't really have the gradient, right? So what I'm going to do is to specify this. I can just specify this in the body. So in the body for the most part. So I can just put this here. Right. So if I do that, so it's still not sure if it's, obviously it could be because of my system. Yeah, I don't really think that is the, the actual stuff. Obviously, it's going to be my system related, right? So yeah, obviously system thing. There are no space anywhere, so it's completely fine. We can undo. And oh, our editor is looking way messy. Can close that up. Okay. So now one other little detail is that this image seems to be way on top, right? So this little W I see seems to be way on top this, right? But below the actual, stuff. Not sure how we can achieve that, right? Yeah, we can actually use some sort of like Z index to position the image, right? So we can do that, but we just need to be careful, to make sure that this button still clicks, right? Because that's the important thing. What our point is going to be is that if the button doesn't click, it becomes way too problematic, right? So yeah, so we can have that and we can position this way. I'm just thinking about the different way we can achieve that. But obviously, that's something we can look into later on, probably as a cleanup, right? So, but for now, I obviously think we are good, right? But one other thing I will need to add is like the spacings on the side. So let's add some MX to this. So we can go to the page. So we can just create a div. So you can group all this and just put them there. So MX8 should be able to do that. 16. So I'll just do MX maybe 2 or 3. This one will be for the larger screens. So 32. Okay, so something like that is completely fine. I'm okay with this. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too weird. So I think it's more of the left. Didn't touch the right though. So that's a very weird design, but it's fine. So if that's the case, I can just remove this and focus on the arrow part, right? So we can just do MX 32 for the medium screen. Not really MX, it's like M left. Right, so I think that is it. Yeah, that solves it. So we want this one to be touching the right hand side, or this one creates a little space on the left, right? So yeah, impressive. So now let's go to the other part, which has to do with the feature one part, right? Okay, so there we go. Let's grab this. The title seems to be reused in a couple of places, so we can actually make the header reusable. So we're going to create a very custom header and just reuse it across board. So on inside of the common component, create a new folder, a new file, and call it header.tsx. So header basically needs to take in the some takes in like the subtitle, some just does not take in anything. So this is it. So it's going to be completely straightforward. So we can do so you can do iProps, and then we can specify the title. This is going to be a string. No, not a string. A string like that. So we're going to call this subtitle. It's going to be relatively optional. if we don't have it, we don't have to render it. Makes sense. So here we can have a title and we can have the subtitle. So we can easily put the iProps right here, right? And then we're going to have two paragraphs, 1 and 2. The first one housing the actual title, and the second one will be housing the subtitle. So we can only display this if there's an actual subtitle. If there isn't, we'll just let it be. Right? So let's grab the style for this. Okay, let's grab this one. Okay, so this is the actual. So that's the actual color. Light gray. So I'm gonna come here. So light gray, and this is the font size. Okay, so basically I have to font 700. Okay. Yeah, for the most part. So for the ones that basically have the what do they call it? For the ones that have the subtitle, these are the ones we will be paying more attention to. So what we're going to do here is we want to first of all make the font roboter. Roboter, a class name. Okay, text number, because I think the size is 1.125, and then we'll basically use this one. I think it's the off gray. Yeah, so we basically have to be sure. So paste it right here. Oh yeah, light gray out. Okay, so NC to the top, let's see. From here to here is like 1.9. Right, so we could just do MY 1.9 rem. Right? Yeah, so basically I have a very reusable header component that we can now come to. So we already completed with the hero section. You can close that out. Close all of this, close this. And we're in the first feature section. Right? So this is obviously a section. And let's have a div. So now let's say this is what we are building, by the way, this part. So we can just specify an header there, and then we can work on these cards, right? So let's quickly do that. So that's the header component. So the first one takes in a title, and this title is going to be this. Okay, probably I just have to type it. Your e-commerce made simple. So let's try this out. Okay, so this title is coming in nice and clean. So one other thing about the title is that it's positioned at the center. Just do flex justify center. So that will actually keep the title at the center at all times. So mobile screen, we can still see some cool stuff. So yeah, just me remembering this. So mobile screen, let's make sure that our text is coming in as expected in the hero section, right? So go to the hero and let's make sure that on small screen we have margin top, maybe 32. Okay, or 16. 32 seems pretty decent. So maybe my top can just be 4. Right, so yeah, one other thing I didn't add, or obviously forgot to add, is the spacings, right, in the sides. Yeah, so the left part wasn't doing much, so margin left. So so what I will do on a small screen is to add, those spaces to it to go a long way. So I'll go to the page. Let's grab this in a div once more. So grab everything here, paste it here. So MX4, MX there. So on a small screen, it's going to add some margin to the left and then the right. And yeah, obviously on the small screen, I want to make sure that this one is obviously in column, not row, right? So let me quickly fix that in the error section, right? So we can just do right, yeah. So that should, yes, that makes it look way cooler. Okay, so let's check the hamburger. So it's very clean, right? Okay, so we can actually enlarge this. We see that all the components is coming in as expected. And okay, so let's quickly build a card for your e-commerce made simple section. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have like different images, right? It doesn't really matter. And different sizes. So it's completely understandable. Right? It's completely understandable. And so yeah, I said first we can actually build the cards if we want to, right? And then we just extend it. So go to the first feature. So this other divs, we have the card. So in your component, create a new folder called cards and create a new file. We're going to call this the first feature card, the TSX. Right, so this is the first feature card. So by default, a card is going to have a title, a description, obviously, and probably a link text, then an image. Yeah, obviously. So let's take that as our interface. Our interface. So we basically have the image, which is going to be a string, and then we have the title, which is a string as well. Then we have the description, which is obviously going to be a string, and the link text. Okay, so yeah, so this is the way it's going to be. And now we can now break it into a section. We have the first div that we house the actual image. So the image is going to be, the part of the hyperprops, which is image, title, and whatever. Okay. So now you can easily just pass the image here, and dot feature image, right? So we can, when we're done with the image, we want to make sure that we're passing in the appropriate title. This can be in a p tag. So title. So this title basically is a font secular std, which is okay. So let's grab the size and then the font. So what we're going to do here is completely straightforward. So we're going to just do change the size. Sure that the boldness is set to 700, and obviously, right? So I think those are the two things we basically have to do, and then the color, of course. So I think that's actually text, light gray, the first one, right? So let's check. This is actually Roboto, which is fantastic. So we're going to copy this. Not really copy, you could just create any one. And now we want to actually specify the class name. Right, so we use the backticks. So we have to specify the Roboto font. So Roboto class name. So grab the class name from there, and so the text is normal to have the 1.125 rem as font size, and yeah, so the text has to be light gray out. Okay, so that should be it. And one other thing we have to worry about is how it's been far away from the top and obviously the bottom, which is like 1.56 rem. So we can just do my 1.56 rem. Okay, so this obviously has to be some sort of link, right? So we can post this as a link. So then we have to specify the href. Right, so obviously the href will be coming from the, oh yeah, we can actually add it here as the link itself, not just the link text. Right, so the link, so href, we can just put the link there, and now we have to make sure it's coming in as part of the props. All right, and there we go. There we go for the most part. Let's not forget to add a description here. Description, I think. So this is the title, the other one has the description. Yeah, obviously. We have to include the link text. Okay, so now the link text is there, and yeah, I think that's it mostly for the feature cards, except probably this. We basically need to, take it away from the actual title a bit. So how we do that, it can just be offsetting some little margins. So let's do MT4. Right, and yeah, that can just be it. So this one we basically have to, the font is Roboto, and let's style it. So we put this in here, and class name. So we have the Roboto, the class name there. So don't forget, always use your backticks. And now with font that the text is normal and the font weight is 700. So the text weight is obviously 700, and then the text has to be the custom blue we have, I think. Okay, so that should be decent enough. So the gap in the title, yep, so MT4 maybe. Okay, we already have the one coming from the image, so it's completely fine. Okay, so the next part is we basically creating our data. So it's going to be an array of objects, right? So it's going to, contain all those things we specified, obviously. So we can actually have our image. So this is going to be our image source. So we're going to do images / So I think what we'll do is like feature image or whatever. Feature image or PNG. Right, so the title. So this is going to be our title. Then we have the description. So this is going to be our first description. And then the link. So the link for all of them can just be this, doesn't really matter. And then the link text. So this is e-commerce for WordPress, plugin. Yeah, so we don't need to do that. So what we're going to do is to make sure that in this code, basically we're using chevron, right, as well. So that means we have to wrap this in an actual div, and the chevron, right, chevron, just to spell correctly, is coming from Lucid React, and we can just flex that and give it a little gap of 1, right? Yeah, so that should work. So that's going to be our data, our first data list. Obviously we can copy this and paste it right here. This is going to be feature 2, and let's grab the title, place this with it, and it's also with the description, so replace this. So the link text is actually the browser extensions. And obviously the last one. Let me show we're having feature 3. Okay, so we have feature 1, which is okay. Oh, not really feature. Oh my god, that is so wrong. Not feature, we're just doing it wrongly. And alright, so let's see. What did we name this? Oh, active. We named it accordingly. So the first one is active. Oh, the last one is active community. Oh, impressive. So here is going to be active community, right? So the second one is obviously customize and extend, I think. Okay. Customize and extend, right? And lastly, we have all you need to start. All you need to start. So this is it, I think. All you need to start. So this will actually be our data. Okay. So now that we have our data, we can basically construct how we want it to be. So we can actually map through it. And each of them will be our feature, right? And okay, make sure that it's obviously a proper arrow function. So it's going to return the first feature cards. So in this card, we are going to pass in all the props. Right. So what we're going to do here is going to pretty much, be straightforward. We don't want to make it as complicated as possible. So feature is obviously image, title, description, and whatever. So one thing we want to do now is we want to make sure that it is taking in all of this, and what we are passing the title, image, the same. This is actually the exact prop. If I open up the first feature image, this image, title, description, everything is exact. So that's why I'm using the structure in here, just the structure everything we have within the feature, and that's going to work, as fine as obviously specifying them individually, like link, feature.link, like that. So everything still works. So we don't want to do this. This is way more concise. So we're going to save that, and yeah, so we're going to see what we have. You can see that everything is coming in nice and clean. Yeah. So one other thing we need to do quickly is that we have to make sure that they are in rows, especially if we are using the, especially if we're actually on a mobile screen. Flex column, so medium, flex row, gap 8. Okay, you can say that this is our component and it's coming in nicely, the way we expect it to. Right, so I can really see this makes sense. And when I scroll, you can actually there's this cool lets you opacity effects on the navigation that kind of blur out the actual text, right? Which is the way to go. And I feel that's actually a very good aesthetics we can add to the navigation itself, right? Okay, all right. So let's see. We basically have all of this, and let's see it on smaller screens. You can see that it's coming in as expected, right? That's brilliant. So meanwhile, on a very large device, we want to obviously add some. Obviously, I don't know why they don't really have consistent vertical alignment. So I expected this to be in the same line as this, but obviously it's not. So we just need to eyeball that and make sure it is in the right order. All right. So yeah, so obviously the next stage has to do with us setting that up, and it's going to be very minimal, right? So we can do that quickly and just do let's make sure that it's not just on the left, yeah, or left and right, so that is decent. So we can do mx16. All right, good. So but on mobile we can just don't do that because we don't want too much spaces off on a small screen. So this sizing is a little bit way off, so let's fix that. That should be in the arrow part. Okay, so this is it, I think. 3XL for Excel. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes much sense. So I think the title here, we still need to handle it properly. The title looks way too big. Yeah, so that obviously is in the header. And then go to common header. You can just do text for Excel, and we want to do test center, obviously. Okay, so that is pretty decent. So what other one I want to do? Let's make sure that this text, oh, it's centered. Obviously, I think they are all centered. Yeah, in a way, of course, they are all centered. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to feature cards and okay. So one of the things is that this description majorly has to have center. Okay, that's pretty decent. Not really center, I think it's left. It's left in a way, but not in all ways. Right, so yeah, obviously we can take this out from here, and we can take this out from here too. This should position everything on the left. Okay. All right. So yeah, I think that does it for the most part. And let's give here and here a proper spacing. Right. Let's go to here. Okay, so let's move this little guy from there. Okay, so it's pretty decent. Not bad at all. Okay, now that we're done, we're going to quickly move into the other section, which is this part. And this other section now mark like the middle of the entire project. So let's see how we can bring it to life. So first off, we want to close out a lot of stuffs, right? And closes out second feature section. This is it. So we want to make sure that we are pinning this. And yeah, and obviously, yeah, so now there's some wonderful thing going on behind this scene. I think we can obviously use clipart to achieve this though, right? And yeah, we can actually use CSS clipart. We can just set a background, but then we can actually have a cut on the top and also at the bottom using CSS clipart. Obviously, I think that works. Or we can just export the image. What do you guys think? Honestly, I think either way works. So we just try them out. Anyone that works best, we go with that. So let's go with the section. And now, obviously, then we just have the top and then the bottom. So obviously, we're having two divs, right? So let's worry about the top. The top basically have two other divs, I think. Right, so two other divs. So the first div has to do with the actual image. Right, so feature one of PNG. So yeah, let's close that out. And then we have the other part, right? So the other part theoretically is just a divs of some paragraphs. So we can grab this and paste it right here. So you can grab all this long text. Oops, and paste it right here. And obviously, I think the button, we can just have a div that envelopes the main button, and the text here is going to obviously be read the documentation, and I will specify the classes. So the BG has to be secondary. I think we actually have a, let me be sure, obviously, so it's correct. So the text can just be white. Okay, so we can actually give it rounded full or whatever. So rounded, make sure that it's spelled correctly. And then the height is like 4 rem. So width is like 16 rem. So my, so as something here and here, we can actually do that to be 2.44. Right, and the distance between here and the other end is 0.81. Right, so then we basically have to start working on this. Okay, this is a circular XTD font, this is a roboto, and obviously I end as roboto as well. So here we specify the size. Specify the width, and obviously it's text white. Let's not forget that. So this on the other end, we want to make sure we're using JavaScript backticks, so we can use JavaScript variables inside of it. So we can actually specify the roboto, the class name that will actually use the Reusable font, and yeah, so the text can be normal. So we have a normal text, and the width is obviously normal, so we can use the text white. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, so nice and clean. So one of the things that we'll be doing is the actual background. Right, so let's have this selected, and it's going to be for this entire section. So you can just do BG primary. Okay, then we can actually flex this out. I think, oh, this is the down part. Okay. Okay, it seems the left and right are almost doing similar stuffs, but the difference is we just have to change the positioning, I think. So the image will be on the right here, and the text will be on the left. Yeah, so that's something we can do. So so this is the develop, and this is the image. So it's like we're having something like this as well. Okay, so we can just swap it. I could easily do that with Flex, but it's completely fine. You can just swap it. So let's grab the title. So know your global community. And I think this is still the same text as before. Obviously not. Okay. All right, so that should be good. So what we're going to do is to try to flex this element and give it some gap. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so item center, give it a very reasonable gap, and obviously, right, that's the same thing we'll do for the second. So you could just grab this and paste it right here, right? And yeah, so basically I have to use CSS clip art. I think. Hey, so what I ended up doing was to basically use the actual, image URL that we talked about before, right? So I just set the URL here, right? So we already expired the image, so this is it here. So we'll just use this class primary BG in the second feature section right here, right? So that just handles the issue for us. The clip art kind of dimension looks way cleaner, than before, and yeah, that's obviously the way we wanted it to be. So now I think for a couple of other things, we need to be able to make sure that this one is staying on top of the actual background, right? So I think obviously we need to make that image absolutely positioned, right? And yeah, let's see how we can do that. Not sure, but I think we can just make this relative. Here we can just make sure that this already is absolute. So 0, let's try that out. So if it's absolute, it's going to affect the layout of the second, of the second item. So yeah, obviously don't make much sense. So let's leave it first and let's look at it again. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking for the best case scenario here, and obviously I think that can actually be pushing this to the top a bit, right? So this is already the background, so we can just do 32. So let's start from there. Okay, all right, so something like that. Top 8, obviously, yeah, something like that should be able to take it to the up a bit. We don't want to, make it too messy, obviously. So I think that will work. And what about small screens? Yeah, obviously in small devices we might actually have to display. We can just use BG primary, doesn't really matter. Right, you can just use BG primary and everything will still come out clean and nice. And this part we can just do column MD row. Okay. Obviously give some width and height to So what we're going to do is to make sure that this only applies on big devices, and obviously let's take away the classes first. Let's see. Okay, so if this is the actual image, it's not going to be a bad idea. Of course, not really a bad idea, but then probably what we can do is to add roundedness, make it rounded by maybe 4. or 14. Okay, so yeah, so that's something we can do, but when it's really large, we can actually remove that roundedness. Okay, rounded 0. All right, and obviously on smaller screens we want to make sure that there's proper text can be it. Okay, yeah, something like that just works. So one of the things we'll do is we want to actually apply the same design in the what do we call it, in the second part with this as well. So we can just grab this and yeah, so exactly looking clean. So one other thing that I think is missing at this stage now is let's take it up a little bit. It's too far down, and let's go to the first one. This is 10. Too much. 24 is like 6 rem, so 6 rem is obviously too much. So what you just do is to minus 4 rem. Let's try that out. Okay, 4 rem is almost there, right? It's okay. It's okay, not really bad. Small screen, we don't have those worries. Okay, so one other thing we'll need to add in here quickly is this little shape that I told you about. Right, so let's bring it in. It's going to be an absolute element to this part, I think, to this part that houses the image. So what we're going to do is we can just have the image here. Right, similar stuff, copy, paste it here. So it's not going to be, I think, feature, spelled accurately. Okay, so this can actually be rectangular shape. Okay, so public images, I think it's rectangular.png, obviously. So we can obviously make this its own container. So grab everything here, we paste it in here. And what we want to do is to make it absolute positioning, bottom 0, left 0. Make sure that this is relative, of course. Okay, so bottom, so we have bottom 0, so let's do bottom 16. Okay, let's do top 0. Sorry. Okay, top 32. Alright, so that's 32 right there. Let's see what we have in our actual design. So we still need to take it down a bit. 0.48. Okay, something like that. That's like 12 rem, obviously. So this is going to be hidden, or some last screen. So MD, we can just make it block. RAM. Where's the 15 RAM? Say. Okay, so I think that makes sense. And at the same time, we want to make sure we push this text a little bit to the right. Right, so we just add MX there. So think MD MX32. It's 52. Okay, so this is like 13 RAM. Let's do 15 RAM. Should post sheets like, yeah, something like that. It's not going to be MX this way, it's going to be M from the left part. Right, so we can have proper separation of concerns here. Okay, yeah, something like that works cool. Right, so we still have our image, and we need to be very careful on how this might impact the actual design. Okay, so yeah, really looking nice and clean too. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Right, and I have to make sure that this image is at least big all the time. We also need some sort of like mean width. So we can as well just set that up. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, so mean width basically allows us to maintain the actual aspect ratio. Right, so you can see that it's not really becoming smaller. Right, it still works as expected. And we have to be careful because of this vertical scroll. Right, so yeah, so that's something we basically have to be worried about. So let's do 300. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so mean width can actually be 300 as we specified. So the first one is really like responsive, which is not bad. Or we can make it fixed as well. So let's do that. So that's to the first one, I think. Okay. Okay, so I think the solution to these issues of having to deal with the responsive has to do with we specifying it properly. Right. So we might as well just take this off. Right, so this should only happen in large device, not medium device. Medium can be hidden, and the same thing here as well. So let's see that, right? So medium, we can just hide it. Okay. I think when we make it responsive, it's way better. It doesn't really bring out the weird horizontal scroll bar, which I think it's way better than the way it is, but it causes some level of distortion, which I don't really like, especially. Right, so this is like an average screen, right? So you still have all the components coming in this way, which is not bad, obviously, right? So I think this is something we can obviously work with. Yeah, it's way better than specifying the horizontal scroll. Okay, so one of the things we want to do is we need to relatively position this before the actual image. So let's set some the index, right? And so first off, let's give our section a special z-index. So we're going to actually give it z-index 20, right? And this image, we can actually give this image, which is this image, of course, z10, right? And this one on the other end, we can just call it z2. So obviously, I think that should take it back. Oh, for some weird reason, it's not. Let's see if anything is coming in from z2. Oh, z2 is not a valid namespace. z5. Not sure. So z, how's z10 there? It's completely fine. Okay, oh, it basically started from z10. Okay, so let's do z10, z20, and we have to make sure that the actual background can be z30. Okay, well, not really. But can be z10. The image now can be z20 or 30, and the rectangular shape, it can be z10 or let's see if there's a way for us to take it down. Yeah, that should work for the most part. Not sure why it ain't working. Okay, so maybe not in the actual image, but here. Okay. Oh, nice. We were actually in the wrong element. So yeah, that makes sense. That just takes it back. As expected. Alright, so now this is what we have so far. And yeah, we're doing quite well. We're doing quite well. So one of the things I did notice is that this is actually, taken to the bottom a bit, right? So let's account for that here. So I'm going to do this quickly. So I'm going to grab the way we are setting the margins up here. So obviously apply here as well. Now we can do margin bottom. Okay, so that just position it like similarly to what we have on the top. So in meanwhile, this is going to be for only or desktop screen sizes. For mobile, we want to like maintain an actual dimension this way. So now let's fix the button quickly. If you override, we don't really see much. So we want to make sure that on over, which we still maintain BG secondary. Same with this one, I think. So let's try it out. Okay, good. Okay, so now we have the section all done, and the very next thing is supposed to be able to pad all the sections and separate it, right? So what I normally do in cases like this is that within the actual page right here, so I can just make sure that this is a flex column, give a very reasonable gap of like 5 rand or 15 rand. depends on taste, right? So that will just give a very consistent gapping amongst all our components, right? So let's see. Let's make sure that in the hero, no, the first feature section, there is no margin top whatsoever. Obviously, there isn't, so that makes sense. So we can actually reduce our gap to be like 10. Okay, to be like 10, which is pretty decent, right? And one other thing we will do is we will make sure as well that the gap is matching exactly what we have in design, right? Okay, want to make sure we reduce that, and good. All right, so let's worry about the testimonial section. All right, so yeah, we just have a couple of like so many activities, right? And all we want to try to do is to prevent these activities as much as we can, right? So we already have the title. We can just create a whatever here and vertically aligned it. Also, we can create image by the side here as well. And then obviously at the bottom, you can create two, right? So we just have to scatter it to match the initial specification. All right, welcome back. So let's quickly work on this testimonial section, right? And oh, did we miss something? Here we did. There's actually a little absolute element here that we forgot to position, right? So I think we should just do that in this other section. Yeah, so let's quickly do that before we forget. Okay, I think it's the second feature. Okay. So we have images. I'm like woo, reduce opacity. Woo, reduce opacity. Reduce opacity. I think it's .png. And we have to specify the auth. Logo obviously. And let's see if it's coming in. Yeah, nice and clean. So we're going to make sure that this is actually relative, which already is, right? So this can be absolute and some 0, right? 0. Okay, so and we can reduce the size, I think, right? Come here, say with 400 pixel. Yeah, something like that. Maybe a little bit smaller. Okay, is it 300? Okay, pretty decent, right? Pretty decent. And okay, and one other thing I think we can do is that we can actually put max width to these characters, right? So yeah, we can do that. And the first one, let's check it out. Yeah, something like that. Then what about maybe 500, I think. Alright, if you do this, you basically have to span this across the screen. Okay, so I think not sure if that's a good idea. So if the screen is actually large, you should just expand basically. So there's no point adding those, because this will actually yield a bad user experience for the most part. Okay, so let's just give it the width. Now we can tolerate. So what are we going to be eating? Okay, and the mile width. Yeah, something like that. So if you don't want the text to be on top of the actual stuff, you can just add some paddings. That should solve it. Okay, let's wait for the first one. So let's make it 16. Okay, so that just solves it properly. And then when it's small, yeah, this should be for only big devices. Okay, pretty decent. Oh, good. I think we're done with that. Okay, there we go. Let's set up our header. And close this off. Close others. Close this section. And what we're going to do is to first of all have a div, right? And just have to basically. So on the first, we are going to have the header there. Going to have the header, make sure it's actually imported. For one reason it is not. Okay, I think it's just header, not headers. Of course. So what do we need? We need the title and obviously the subtitle. Because the title is fine. Okay. And what else? Yeah, so we need to take care of these guys here. So let's worry about these two guys first. Okay. We can do this /images /avatar1 .png. And yeah, what I want to do here is to be able to grab the actual image. Yeah, so we can compare it with the actual width, right? The width, the height, and then the border radius, right? So we can do that. So 8.5. So the height is very similar with the width. Nice here. So we just rounded full. Okay. It looks bigger than the way it is on here, right? Obviously, let's try 4.5. Half of this. Yeah, something like that. Alright, so yeah, so we're going to just duplicate this and have it this for avatar 2. But it seems avatar 2 is a little bit smaller though in size, so it's like 4.85, so it doesn't really denote much, so we could just do 3. Okay, so I should justify both of them between. And yeah, so you can actually specify MX here. MX here can be very strict and do 10 rem. Okay, so there's something like that. And yeah, that's, to me, that's something we can work with. Right? So we can actually do the same thing for the ones at the bottom, right? But it's just changes, it's not really static. So let's work about what we have here, the actual component here. Let's work on it. Alright, so this div, we're going to do a couple of things. First of it is going to have position relative, and there's going to be some absolute element right within it. Right? And this absolute element is going to be in the image. Okay, so the quote. Not sure if that's coming out well. Let's see. Okay, it's there. Good for us. Okay. So really wide. And in here we're going to have the actual text. Right, so what we're going to do is that we're going to make sure that this is some sort of array, so we can just generate random text and use them, right? So we can grab that, so we can use a const So what we're going to do quickly is that we can actually just go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to generate more of this for us. So generate 5 more, I guess. Okay, so obviously we can just grab it. So, and we can just paste it right in here. So we have data to play around with, and that's the data we'll actually be placing in here, right? So for simplicity, what I will do is to just do data, pick the first one, data 0, the review for now. So worry about the other part later on. And yeah, so let's play around with the text. What font family is this? Okay, the same font family. Here's the font size. Okay, so that's the font size, and obviously this is the text color, custom gray, I think. Light gray. No, not this one. Light gray out. Okay. Okay. That's pretty decent. And we need to give it some sort of height. Right, that can just be 24 rand. Okay. So padding X can actually be 5 rand. I'll just do 16, don't worry. That's pretty decent enough. Top on the other end. Well, what I want to do is to make sure that, you know, the position at the middle, the flex. Center, to center. Yeah, something like that. Right, so this is our absolute positioning. And we want to put it way before the block. Okay. So yeah, we can just do, is it 20? Right, so that solves it. Okay, so what else? It has to be text center because of the way it is. A text click or center. Okay, so one of the things we might worry about is the way it is, right? So offset left 0. Okay, what I will just do, I'll do top 0, right? So we can now take it away from the top by a little notch, 1.75 rand. Okay, so that just gives us what's needed in there. All right, so that's going to be it for the most part, and we need to be able to worry about the stacked classes, stacked cards. You know, they have opacity of what I don't know, but then let's add the border radius here. So that's some sorts of box shadow as well. So rounded. So this is the box shadow, I can just grab it. So normally things like that, I just put them in here. So if you're using CSS module, you may want to put it within your component module, obviously. So I'm going to call this the card shadow. So you can just arrow here. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. Okay, so that's it. let's grab these other parts we want to display. All right, so let's give this like a maximum width first. Right, so we have to give this some sort of maximum width. I think they said 45, right? So I want to do MD max width Okay, so one other thing we might want to do is to create like similar cards, right? So you can just create like 2 or 3 and obviously add it there. So this is where we're going to go about it. We can just come in here. So I actually want to make this an actual component, but I might not really need it to be an actual component. Okay, so the symbol shadow, so yeah, so let's fix the height. I think the height can just be 4, right? Okay, so the background is different. I think it has more opacity or see-through. Is it an actual white? Obviously we'll reduce the opacity. For some weird reason it's not accumulated there. Okay, it's white, but it's not really white. Okay. Alright, so there's something I can do. I can just reduce the actual opacity and that should work. Opacity 25. Yeah, something like that. But it's too faint. 50. Yeah, something 50-ish is completely fine. So this will be the first. Right, so for some weird reason it's going way beyond the screen. Let's go to a different one. So just add another one. So what we're going to do with the first one is margin top minus 3 rem. I should just take it up a little bit. Take half of it upwards. Okay, so to show this more, I want to be able to reduce the width maybe by 20% or whatever. So maximum width can just be 35 here. This one can be 25. Okay, and okay, so we can actually do that as width, or we can undo and do it as a margin. Okay, so mine doesn't really work well. Alright, so I think we can do it the way we did it before, but then we can just make sure that whatever we do, we are going to I'm not sure where we stopped. Okay, should be here. So for the 3, it's gonna be 35. Okay, so this is okay. So anyone you reduce, you want to make sure that on your left basically has something. Let's do 4M here. Okay, pretty decent. Let's do the same 4M here. Okay, so 4M here obviously reduced the width to 30. Okay, yeah, I think for the sake of simplicity, we can just remove, maybe make the background red, so we know what we are debugging way better. It might be really confusing to you guys now, right? Just do red. I'm sorry, red 500 for now. All right, so let's do it. And 7. All right. This one can be 6. And this on the other end can actually be 30. Right. 32. Hmm. 34 maybe. Nah, 33 will be fine. Okay. Alright. So we need to put the hierarchy in there. Young one is 30. It's 20. Is it 10? So we can just remove all this. Alright, so you can see this is on top of this is on top of the other one. So obviously we can increase the height. This one to be like 7, doesn't matter much. Right, so if it's actually 7, so margin top has to be 5 maybe. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Or we can just make it 6. Okay. 6.5. 5.5 I mean. Yeah, something like that should stack the colors better, like this. So we want to take the background back to what we're doing earlier. So we can just do BG white. And where is our opacity? Opacity 50. It's very faint. Let's do opacity 90. Okay, that looks way better. Way better. Okay, so that gives us the behavior we wanted, right? So the other cool thing is that we have to look for a way to position this at the middle, right? So let's quickly undo that. So I feel like we should have a div here. All right, so let's look for a way to position everything at the middle. So we've created a div here. We can just put everything within it. So this will be the container div. Yeah, something like that. And obviously, so item center. So you can see that it doesn't really play way anymore. That's because from the way you've done it, you've not really you didn't make sure that they were all in one place. So we'll worry about the responsiveness later on, but I think for the most part, this solves the problem. And yeah, so let's get this shape in, and then we can get these two individual in as well. So when it's actually on a small device, we want to remove this shape. We don't need those shapes to be on small screens. So they're going to be hidden. I think LG block. Oops. Alright, so that should hide it. Okay. So gap 8 is pretty fine. So what else we're going to do is obviously reduce the size here of the text. Use the 1.3 on small screens. Let's see how it is. Okay, pretty decent. Right, and let's have some gap. Makes sense. On a small screen, we know that it's actually as responsive as desired. Now let's get all these shapes. Right, so let's get the red one and position it absolutely. So position absolutely to this, I think. Okay, so red rectangle. So here then we basically have this one. So you can just copy it. Not really. You can just click on rename, Ctrl C, right 0, top 0. Okay. Right is only going to be 8 per se minus 32. Can just work well for us. So top on the other end, you can just do 4, 16. Okay, so we want to make sure that it's actually way below the actual things. Okay. Yeah, so what is it? We have to make sure that this one actually is Z30. Z minus 10 is a quote. Is it minus 20? That is strange. Okay, so let's do Z10 first. Not sure. Shape is well above. This is strange. Okay. Oh, this could be because relative Z can be 40. Let's do it like that. And not sure if that's the case. Okay, so this is our div here, and it's actually top 16 Z10. What about Z20? Not sure. Let's rephrase this. The same thing. Okay. Z30. So let's over this. This is actually 20. Let's do 15. This is very tricky. So this is actually paying attention to this outer div right here. Is it 30? Right? Z30. So this div. Oh, it's actually working. We are not just seeing it. Right? It's actually working. So yeah, we're not just, you can see the quote is actually at the back of the quote if you've seen it well. So for some weird reason, I need to give an inner background to, yeah. So let's try that. Not really sure about this. Because it's really at the back of the quote, which is really interesting. Okay, since the only thing we need is just the last 3 or the last 4. So what I think we can do is to obviously shorten it out, right? So we can just have the last 3 instead of exporting the entire thing. So let's do that. Go back to design mode, just select the ones you need. Okay. So make sure you're selecting everything. Just right click while holding shift. Okay, then group them all and let's just export this part. Yeah, so this last part. So what we're going to do is to okay, scroll up and just put it in here. So copy the name. You can remove this. So on group 18 and just paste the name there. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so yeah, I think that's a very smarter way to do it instead of having to worry too much. Right, so we'll hide it in small screens and even medium screens. So what else do we have? Okay. So I think one other thing here is this other shape. But meanwhile, this shape is actually below the card. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so this has to be the actual div, if I'm not mistaken, and we can just add it here. Rectangular primary. Okay, so that's not it, of course. Horizontal. Okay, come in here. Okay, you can see that it's in the, oh, it's not coming up. Total 0 and obviously remove this index. Okay. So let's put it to bottom 0. Right. Right 32. Or left, I mean, sorry about that. Want to just push it to the left a bit. And yeah, so we have to push it down. So bottom 32 first. Minus 32. And minus 16 will just work great. Okay? Yeah, something like that. So one of the things I will do is to make sure that all of these are actually hidden in similar screens. Okay, impressive. Alright, so now that we have those shapes, one other thing we'll have to worry about is these two individuals. Right, so let's position those accordingly. So what we're going to do is to obviously try to grab this and so it's actually to the left and right, I think. So this has to be maybe justified between. So the first one will be here, and obviously the last one can be at the far end. At the far end, right? So this is going to be about 3 and 4. Okay, so you have to make sure the centered properly. Okay. So the MX can be a little bit, this other one is way bigger, like this, I think. Yeah, something like that. So what I can do is to use obviously foreign in the last one, and so MX can just be 8, right? So maybe. Yeah, 5 just looks perfect. Alright, so that's okay. And then we have to worry about these last guys. Right, so this will come immediately after we have these symbols. Right. So meanwhile, let's just create this guy. This guy is actually similar to the first. So what I would do, they just have different sizes. So I can copy this. So avatar 5, I think we already have avatar 4. So avatar 5 and then avatar 6. Okay, so this can be small, but this one can be way smaller. Okay. So we just do 2.8. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Now, let's make sure that all the avatars are coming in nice and clean on mobile, right? So now we don't want to have them on the sides on mobile screen. So let's fix that. Okay, so we can just give them a little bit of gap, I think. Right, so if we just do gap it, yeah, that should actually separate them. Yeah, I think they look cool, so cool on the mobile screen. Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. The arrangement, very unique. And then let's worry about this, functionality to move to the next slide or not. Right, so let's implement that. So I want to look for the chevron left small or arrow left small. Okay, so let's see. Do we have it? Yes, we do. So let's have the large one too. So we can just copy this to and paste it here again. Impressive. This has to be positioned, like at the bottom of this stuff, I think. So we can grab it. No, not really, not there. Not there. So we can grab it again. And I want to make sure that it's actually in between in here, I think. This is eating, right? So this can be somewhere around here. Oh, okay, that will actually affect the architecture. What about this? Okay. So justify and not really. So since we are actually in the we're not really flex container. Let's try that. Okay. So this time is in here and here. Go to dev mode. Yeah, this time between here and here is 2.62 RAM. Okay, so yeah, let's check it on mobile. Impressive. So it's coming out the way we want it to. And we already know that we have 5 text here. So let's create a states. Right. So current review. So what we can do, creating a state, needs to be in square bracket. Set current review. So use state is 0. So we can actually write something that sets it, or the one that goes to the next. Right, so So this is us implementing our own custom carousel, right? We don't want to make it too complicated. So you want to go, when you click on the button, go next, it's going to check, right? So if the current review, so you just have the last index, data -1, so this is the last index. If the current review is equal to the last index, we want to set current review back to the beginning, back to 1, right? So else we just want to set current review, it has to be more like current review +1. So this go next. We can actually duplicate the same thing for go previous. Right, so here in other words, we have the first index, right? So the first index is just like 1, of course, right? So this is the first one, let's say. So we're actually using the ID as the actual index, right? So if the length is 6 -1 basically gives us 5, so it makes sense. So what we're going to do here is that if it is okay, if the current interview is actually equal to the first index, right? If you're in the first one, you can move it to the next, right? So you cannot really move it, right? So yeah, so we can actually do some settings there. But if it is not, you want to just move this one backwards, right? So this one is what I basically have to update. So if the current review is equal to the first index, okay, you are setting, we're not going to set. So here we actually assume that it is the first one, obviously, right? So we can actually set, we create a new variable and call it no previous, right? And we can actually create a new variable and call it no next. Okay, let's see how we are doing it on the go next. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we basically have some gray icon, right? This is what means we cannot go forward. So let's not over implement, right? So if you're basically doing this, what you want to do is, let's just create new states to handle this. I think that will be better. You can just say no previous, set no previous to, obviously going to be boolean. Yeah, so then we have an idea of this. So I think by default, right, we have to set the no previous to true, right? But then you can now set it to false here. Sorry, not there. Not no next. Sorry about that. I mean, no previous. Set it to true. And we can set it to false. Okay. Okay, so let's see how this works. So I set no next to okay. So we can take the current review there and put it here instead, right? And oh, these are our errors, right? These are the conditions. You might want to close the things that we are not using. For it to look a little bit cleaner. So if so next we want to display the first one, and right. So you need to grab this with single click, right? Yeah, we can do that. And the same way here. But this has to be go next. Okay, moment of truth. Let's close things we don't need. I'm going to debug this as much as we can. So yeah, we have to mark this component as a client component. Right. So what we're going to do is cursor pointer on both of them. Grab it. Okay. Okay. It worked a bit, but there's a bug, I think. That's a little bit hilarious because I never thought it's going to work. Right, so let's refresh it and let's grab the bug. Okay, so first of all, let's log every action we do with the current review. So we can come in here. Yeah, with the current review So that was good. So it's 0 now. So it's 1. You can see it from this side, right? Click on it again, 2. Click on it again, 3. And again, 4. Click on it again, 5, which obviously was the last one, right? And it wasn't supposed to start all over, but it did. It did. So let's see WooCommerce commitment. Oh, it didn't. It didn't. It actually got to the last one and then it got stuck. Right, so we have to fix that. Okay, so I was focusing on the next. Yeah, so the last index for some weird reason is not. So the length here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so if the last index, obviously. Yeah, you can. So it's supposed to set no next equal to true, but then you can actually set no previous to true. I just think this will solve it, but let's see. So let's refresh that. So this is the part of the goal nest. So if it is you're setting this equal to 1, you want to make sure that separate is true in both cases. So let's refresh this again. Let's go. Oh, previous is not happy. Let's see. So I click on this, I see 1. We're supposed to have the go previous change, but it didn't. Okay, set no previous to. Oh, no previous is true by default. Set it to false now. Okay. Okay, so let's go next. Okay, let's go back. Oh, it's really working. But if we get to the last one, yeah, so we're going to do the same thing we did here. But in this case, we're going to do it here. So, but this case has to be set next to false, right? And the same way we set next to false here as well. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Oh, brilliant. Right. So there's one other bug that you basically have to click on it, before it changes. One thing I will do, I can actually set up a use effect that will update this in real time, right? So you don't basically have to click on it for it to change, right? So you notice if I go back, scalability, I think scalability is let's check it out, is the third. Go back. You can see I basically have to click twice for it to go extensive before we see we can't really see the other one, which is the WooCommerce, right? Okay, this is 1. Okay, so 1 minus 1. Oh, before it actually changes, well, this is just like an arbitrary implementation. So I'm just trying to make sure that it works as expected. Okay, so I see that we got to 1, but we could not get to the last part. All right, so let's see why that is. Yes, go previous. Oh, the first index is not really 1, it's 0. Right, that is obviously 0, and that could be affecting it. Okay, good, exactly as needed. So you can actually get back to the WooCommerce provides. Impressive. So makes sense. So now for us to be able to stop, this is the second one, this is the first one. So you're supposed to have this value change because there's no way you are going to, right? So it doesn't go, previous. So if you click on it now, it still remains like this, right? But then this icon changes. So let's fix this in real time by using the use effect hook. Okay, so we're going to create a very simple use effect. Not sure how use effect is used. And you want to make sure you specify your empty dependency array. And in here, by the way, we want to keep track of the current view. So if the current view, okay, so sorry, something I need to confirm real quick. Let's refresh this. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, so it's going to work 100%. So the current view is equal to 0. So what you want to do, you want to set no previous to true. If the current view is equal to obviously the last index, you want to set no next to, is it true or false? Let's try it. Okay, so let's go back. Voila! So it works perfectly well in real time. So you go here, it goes there. So this is a very significant way we handled it. So it's a very basic stuff, so you guys can check it out. So I'm going to remove the current review. We're going to debug. Now it's gone. So you can go ahead and have some sort of animations to it if you want. Okay, so let's make sure that the select known to these fields, to these icons are actually known, right? We don't have to make it selected. It brings a very bad UX. So what we will do is to obviously do select now. Either here, we can put it in the parent component. So you can't really select it anymore, which makes sense. Or you can click on it. It's cool. I can't really believe we just implemented a carousel, very sleek one, with the smallest amount of time. So that's really impressive, guys. Okay, so there we go. Let's get to the other section. This is a supported section, right? And we have lots of founders or contributors, if you may. And yeah, it's going to be very straightforward. So what we're going to do is to first of all check mobile responsiveness for this. Okay, impressive. Works well on both mobile and desktop. So that's we are definitely in our A game today. All right, so let's quickly do this. Supported by real people. So I think we have a component already called, let's close this out. Sections, support section right here. Good. So what we want to do is we just want to do a couple of things. We have a div, we have a paragraph, and obviously we have a different div. Right, so the first one has to do with the header component. And in here, I think we can basically pull in the title. So this is the title. Copy it from there, paste it in here. So let's make sure that it's coming in nice and clean. Okay. And this is a paragraph. First off, text center. So we'll just highlight it. This is the one we're using. We already know that. Okay, so we need to specify that the font is actually Roboto. Roboto, that's awesome. And what else we're going to do is to make sure that the text is normal. It's normal, and yeah. So the coloring, I think text. When I go out, I should do it. So 1.92 to the top. Okay, and we want to make sure that this image group is below. Oh, we still basically have a different section here, I think. Yeah, we can do this, of course. So we can just create a new div, paragraph, create a new div here. So let's get this section. So let's actually the theme. So slash images slash if you take a look at this, what we have here is like a group image. So let's go to public images. Obviously don't know how I named it. Supported people, I think. Supported people dot png. Okay, and yes, that's going to be it for the most part, I think. And the one little problem we have here is the fact that we need to, it's not really a problem, is that whenever we are building this component, we have to add a negative margin to push it to the top, thereby hiding this section. So let's quickly do that. Okay. Come in here. Okay, so what do we have here? It's just a combination of page primary. Oh, we have some text as bold or whatever. So what's bold there is actually two things. Most customizable e-commerce platform. So let your zero strong. So we'll cut everything and paste it in there. And the other one has to do with your online business. So those are the strong use cases. Paste it in there. And yeah, so let's quickly style this. Is this Roboto? Oh no, damn Roboto. So all right, so basically we have to use our backticks, and obviously we have hotel class name, and okay, so the font size I think is 2 point. So let's copy it from here. Hope you guys can see it properly from that edge, and just hope. See, the design's a little bit too small. There's no way I can zoom in or something. Oh, there is a way. I just zoomed in. That's crazy. Okay, I think it's better this way. Okay, so we use your text extra large for small screens. And let's get our button. So the text in the bottom means so get started. PG primary, and the border is a little bit rounded full. Border white. Yeah, I think that should fix it, I think. Okay, something like that. So the width can be 12.9 or 13 rem. Okay. Alright, sweet. So we have to make sure that the text itself is actually white. Okay. And you can flex it. Flex and justify around. Center. So let's give this a very reasonable height. Height here is like 16 rem. 16.4 rem. Okay. Right, so I think it's not really Bidget primary, if you ask me. It looks way darker than that. So you can copy it up. And yeah, way darker. So the feel is way different. So you can copy that. And I can just put it right in here. Don't forget to add the hash. Okay, impressive. So in the button as well. Hash, then paste that in. Okay, decent. So small screen, by the way. We can make it All right, so this is okay, not really bad. One of the things I think I have issues with is the text. It has to justify center. So maybe here we can just have him, justify around. Right? So not text log. Then center please. Okay, yeah, something like that is pretty decent. Okay, so now let's move it to the top. Okay, and moving to the top may actually affect the mobile part, so we might as well just remove these people on the mobile screen if we want to, right? But let's move it on the desktop first. So let's use a very so it's almost the same in most of the screens, I think. I'm not sure why we're having that. Oh, you mean the smaller section, not here, please. We mean this section. Right, so let's do 7 rem. Yeah, so what we're going to do is to make sure that it's staying above what we have as the image, right? So what we'll do, we can make this section relative. What are the settings of say 40? So you can copy this and paste in here. So this one can actually be 20. Yeah, this can actually be 20. Doesn't have to be relative, by the way. And obviously this can actually be 30. So let's see how that comes up. Well, no, it didn't. Okay. Or we can just make sure that we're hiding the image part from the behind. Obviously it doesn't work. This is a weird part about the index. It works in some scenarios, and some scenarios it just really flops. Okay, so what I will do is to look into it more critically. I must have been missing some parts. So this is the image. So is it 20? Let's take that off. Now this is strange. Yeah, so why I'm dealing with that strangeness, so I just came across here So let's improve the leading in the text. Yeah, so that's decent. Not sure. The idea is to put this component above this, right? So put it way above of it, and okay. So this can actually have a very and this can actually have a very low one, right? So when this does not work, let's see if making it relative or whatever will make sense. I think it did. Very crazy thing. So making it relative basically makes it works way better. Just put 15 here. Okay, so 15 and then 10. And we are not done. Let's make this 8. Okay, so yeah, something like that. Something like that. Oh, it actually changes when the screen grows. Oh, that's very bad UX. Oops. Okay, now I see. So margin is really problematic in this case. We would not be using margins. We obviously can just make it an absolute element and position it right below it, of course. So let's see where we're using the margin. Oh no. Okay, right here. So this is the margin. We'll leave it as is. Right. So this one now, we want to position it relatively, to this image. Right. So you could just do absolute. Bottom 0. So the good thing about it still becomes problematic, right? Is it because of the height? Yeah, so that is very bad. That is very bad. So absolute doesn't really cut it. And I think it's because of the fixed height. Let's check it out. Oh, not because of the height. Without the height, it's still very crappy. Okay. Now, I think there's more advanced. There are a couple of ways I will undo this. Right. So if I grab the image, I can grab the background alongside it and try to position the text inside of that. Well, that approach is not really scalable, I think. And it's going to be very, very problematic. Okay. And one other thing you can do, I'm not sure why it's not working absolute positioning. It's supposed to work from all indications. So bottom 0. -3. minus 5. And 5. Okay. Or could it be because of the spacing on the side? Not sure what's causing that. Yeah, so hey Tim, so basically what I've done is to remove the lot of SSS of the icons, right? So I will just want to export, this shape, the one at the background and the group. And obviously, we'll change this to dev mode. And obviously, try to group it together. Right, so come in, hold on please. I need to be able to select the little guy there. And yeah, so then you can just probably audio. Yeah, so what I would do. Yeah, so this is it. Basically, this is the actual group, right? So let's see if we can grab this and this, then Ctrl G to group it together. Let's check it in the preview panel. So you can see we have lots of those. Now, what I did here was basically, if you notice, the previous design has lots of, shapes here right below. What I have to do was to modify the design to remove those shapes, because those shapes were actually causing lots of problems, right? They were actually pushing the div downwards. So this is something that we don't want to, play with, because it really scatters the UI. So what I've done is to remove all those from the left and also from the right. So red dots on the right and green dots on the left. So what we're going to do is to just export this. This is like the finished version. And I'm going to rename this as supported team. Right? So this is the way it was before. Just as a reference, you can see that we have lots of dot at the bottom. There's lots of unnecessary white spaces, and then there's red. All I did was to remove all the greens, all the reds at the bottom, as well as cut this shape, to take this particular line. Yeah, so that was exactly what was done. So I've updated it now. I'll just drag this into here. This is what we now have. It looks way more better and less more problematic. So we can delete so we can delete this too, I think. So we can now use the supported team. So I'm going to copy that, go to here and just paste it there. So let's check our UI. Let's try to refresh it. You can see that it's okay. So let's make it a small screen, because it's coming out nice and clean. Everything responsive, no issue with something draining down or anything, right? So that is pretty much as expected, right? Okay, very decent, right? So that's how I was able to handle this. So when I actually saw it, I see it was more of like that's why it's extremely important you have ideas, with the actual system design, so you can know, how to move these elements around. So I'm going to undo everything, right? And obviously, I was too far in, so I could not undo. So okay, but I can just push it Oh, let's go to design mode. Okay, so I'm going to undo. I think this is the last one for some weird reason. So yeah, including this as well. This is a group, isn't it? Okay, so that's a group, and we have another group. Okay, I'm just going to paste this, back in. This was not the way it was. It was like way below this. So yeah, overall, it's actually advisable you just, you always make a copy of this in Figma design. Don't just update it, because that would be destructive. You might not be able to reverse it back. But then I will obviously use my knowledge to bring it back to shape. So we already have this little component. What we're going to do is to put it above this, right? This one is under redesign, and then we have this. This is his section. Okay, this is the group. There's the group. There's the group. Okay. All right, let's check it again. This is it. This is the other group. Okay. So what we just do is to make sure that this layer is way above. So drag it to the top. And put it around there. Okay. So that gives us similar design. So this is what we now have, which is wonderful. And let's fix some responsibility issues on smaller screens. Pretty decent. We don't need to fix anything. It's coming out nice and clean. Okay. Yeah, I think that works for the most part. So one other thing, there are no margins in the left or right side, right? So let's make sure that we're able to take that off completely. Okay, so we can go to your page. Okay, so this actually was the support. So you can take these two out, just paste them here. Right, so yeah. And meanwhile, we can put this in their own divs. Apply the same flex column, whatever, and the same gap, I think. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty decent. Exactly. That's as expected. And beautiful. So what next is to face the big old. Okay, and one other thing that I think might be useful is this icon. We have the shape already, so let's just position it. Should we position it above with the footer? I think we should do that. Right, so we can leave it for now. Let's worry about the footer first. Okay, so let's check our section. Close this up, and footer. So we have the section there. So from here, we see that this footer is a little bit okay, right? So we basically have up to 4 sections. So just divide it into 4 divs. 4, right? So the first one basically contains icons and what else. So we need the image. So images slash has a check icon, I think. So, and then we have the write-up, isn't it? Yes, we do. Just copy this and paste. So I just think we should style it. Right, put this back to dev mode, and oh, it's a freaking roboto. All right, so what we're going to do is to use the backticks and bring in roboto font. So roboto.class name, I think. I have to import it. So we have text 1.25 red. Weight of 700. So what part is bold? Morning background is bold, and we can just grab all of this and place it within the strong tab. Okay, so we can as well just make this a div. I'm more comfortable with divs. Alright, so let's see what we have. Okay. Okay, so that's the background for us. Yeah, so there's no gap here. So just have to remove what we have in the page. Not this page, not layout, but page. Yes, no gap whatsoever. Okay, so I'm going to go to footer and text white. Center. Yeah, so that's it for the most part. So we just want to rerun that in here, in here. Okay, so let's do it. So you can easily just put this in some sort of data and loop through it. But for now, it doesn't really matter. I will just make a copy and paste. So this one has to be the font icon, and this is going to be the text. So what's strong is the support part. And obviously we have the last one. So this has to do with the lock icon. So safe and secure is bold. Okay, so the lock icon will be padlock. Not sure, but we spotted it. Circular lock icon, I think. Okay. So let's position it. Give it a very good gap. 7 rem in between. small letter. Let's use Fiverr first. Okay. Small devices. We want to make sure it's column. Okay. Alright, so we have that first part. Let's grab the second part. Okay, so we're going to check this out quickly. And good. There we go. So to the top is like 8.44 rem. To the bottom, and don't worry about that. So 8.44 to the top. And mobile can just be 8. It's a position at the middle, I think. Okay, so we have this little separator. Right, so let's see if we already have this in using Shadcn. So we don't. So we can quickly go to Shadcn now and get that separator. So you have to install it. So in the left plane, you want to select the separator component. Right. So let's install it. Screw an extra window and paste that in there. And so copy. Copy. Right. No, it's acting very weird. Strange. Very strange stuff. You copy it and still doesn't work. Ctrl C. Then enter. So we are waiting for it to obviously install. We can just start using it. Gonna copy this, paste it right there. Alright, so it's installed. Should be done in a moment, I think. Doesn't really take much. Okay, so it's done. And let's grab the usage, just like this. So what I'm going to do is to just like put that there. right? So let's leave the full body mode. So let's see our separator if it's coming in or not. Obviously, I think it's coming in. Okay, so let's fix the coloring. Music color. Okay. So we can just do it. Doesn't have to be 32. 16 is just fine. So from here to here is like 3.13. So we can as well just use top here, not margin. Doesn't really hold effect. So we have this, and there we go with this part. So we're going to quickly do this. It's going to be straightforward. So what we're doing here is to define everything we need, right? And so we have the title, then we have all the elements. So you can just do const we are links. So we will have about theme, whatever. You can modify this if obviously you want to include a clickable link, right? So but for now, you can just do this. So about theme and forwarders, right? So the other one we have is the WooCommerce. So you could just do make this smaller, take this to the side, this way smaller, screw this to the right a bit. Yeah, something like that. So you can easily just drag this, put it here. Alright. Shipping, that's it right there, and not sure. Okay, something like that now works. Okay. And then we have two left, style guide and email newsletter. So we're going to grab this and just paste here, but in this case it has to be other products. Storefront, wood slider, sensei, and then the sensei extension. So we can grab this as well, and this is support links of course. Okay, so that's the support links. Oh, we still have another one. This thing is huge. Right, so let's do const recommend links. So precise success stories. And obviously the last one, design feedback group. Okay, so let's work with all of this to achieve a better result. So let's go to first div. This is definitely a Roboto font. And that's to be coming from Roboto, the class name, and obviously it actually have $700, and this is the test size. Okay, so it's actually text white. Distance between the here and here might not really be certain. So I can just do MV6. So the other part has to do with us basically looking through a couple of things. So we're going to do OER links. Up. It can just be a div of its own. We can put it in, and we can just have loads of paragraphs. These will be links eventually, right? And so what we'll do here is, okay, just map link. Just add the link and the index. Yeah, so we can just specify paragraphs as the actual link. And don't forget to include a key using index. It's pretty much okay. So let's style it. The font is actually there is normal font, and the text is this. Right. Exactly. So let's see what we have so far. It's very small. The gap is too much, I think. smoothing gap we have. Oh, I see. The margin bottom here is not supposed to be there. Yeah, so we can just do 4, and the 6 can just be 4 as well. Okay, so one other thing important here is that we can make sure this can be 6. It's completely fine. Okay, that's the override. You basically have the cursor styling. Maybe change the background. Change it to maybe some gold. Okay, so that's pretty much okay. Or just yellow, I think. Something like that should be cool. Yeah. So I obviously don't like the way it is in terms of, it's very small. We may want to increase the text size a bit so they get to even see what they're dealing with. Who we are is uppercase and make it a little bit bigger. So you can just remove this. It should be 1 rem. Uppercase. Okay, so that's pretty okay. Yeah, for the most part. Okay, so we have this. So this is for the other one, WooCommerce. Okay, other products. So we have support and then recommend. So obviously we have the support. And lastly, we have the recommend. Okay. Right, let's see this. And it's obviously going to grow. Right, so we can just justify between if we want to. Yeah. I think it's more of justify evenly. Let's try that first. All right. With 4. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Exit. So we know that's the margin of mobile. Okay, pretty decent and very responsive. Decent. Okay, so what else do we have? We have the button. We're almost there, guys. Let's just do these basic ones and then we can call it a day. So this will be in our last div. This will contain a div, 3 divs. No, just a div, 1 paragraph, and a logo. Div, 1 paragraph. Let's just put it in there. And a logo, so close the image tag, and so in this first one is going to be social. So we can use the X logo, X icon, PNG. Let's see if these are coming in. Of course not. Let's see what we call them. So X underscore icon, the PNG. It's actually correct. Oh, the images. This is what we need. Not sure if we already have it, but we can check. Oh, light gray. So we have Twitter, we have Facebook, or Meta. And feed. And finally, I think Instagram. So we can as well just make sure we're doing the right thing. Right, Instagram, where is it? So Meta, Instagram, which one? X icon. So Meta, rename that. Come. Just refresh that and hopefully, oh, we're missing feed. Okay, so we just rename it. So you can refresh it again. Okay, so So let's so you can just make it 16 as well. Give us more spaces. And I should stretch it. And item center. And I think it has its only very unique heights. I'm not sure. But from here to here is what we obviously interested in. Okay. So what I can do in this scenario, this bottom section. Okay, so I can just give it like arbitrarily height of 5. Okay, so let's make sure everything is coming in as expected. Let's do 15. Ooh. So let's do 7. Okay, so what we want to do is to justify between. Okay, or justify evenly. Should give spaces in the left and right. Okay, perfect. So let's check it on a smaller screen. Ooh. Okay, so one thing we want to do is that as it's becoming way smaller, so we can just use flex UI, obviously. You can wrap it if you want to. Yeah, something like that. Good. Alright. So oh, flex swap might become problematic. Of course. So what I will do is okay, flex row large. Okay, so let's go. Good. Yeah, this gives a very reasonable kind of system. So now let's play with the actual sizing. So distance between here and the bottom, it's 3.69. 3.69 you can just do here. Okay, so yeah, so the height here we specified is very problematic. Probably can take it off and just use paddings and stuff. UI 16. Position that in the middle, and yeah, pretty decent, right? So one of the things, oh no, not you, PS2, just for little pardon. For Ungapit. Okay. The PY8. Yeah, something like that. Impressive. So the goal is not to leave any stone unturned, to be able to cater for every little kind of component and see how they interact. So guys, with this, we've actually come to the end of this lesson, and yeah, catch you on the next one.